Alright, getting ready. No, I should have been ready. Especially since I actually woke up early today. I have been developing. And in therapy. Developing therapy. Just so everyone knows, it is still hot as hell. That is something that is still happening. But Sergeant Killer Snow, what do you mean? It's too hot. It's only like between 60 and 70 in California. Go to hell. I don't know what is going on. I know it's not a psychological thing, but my apartment is just incredibly muggy and hot. I dislike it a lot. And I'm not one to dislike my living space because it's my space. So, Anyway. Alright, so, as I've stated, I'm Sergeant Killer Snow. I'm here with Snow Studio Games, the one-man studio run by me. And, you know, not officially a studio or anything, I'm just a person. But if I'm going to make games, it'll be under this studio title. So, we are here to finish up a assignment that I have, which is following this series of creating a different type of game a week, which is a little taxing, but it's okay. My brain, unfortunately, won't let me do this to the regular designer level that it's supposed to be done to, because as a practice in game design, this is supposed to be going over the process of setting up for something under a limited time, so I shouldn't be doing specific colored skins and, like, having perfected sprites and cool animations and sounds and all that. It needs to be going over the core loop of stuff. So I've already gone too far on this to kind of back out now. That's my little problem there. Oh, there's the sound effects list, yes! So we're gonna go into the live scene. Hello, it's me. We'll leave that text as is. It'll be fine. Anyway, y'all let me know if there's any kind of audio issues. I could technically check myself, but I don't like being one of my own viewers on there, plus the audio feedback that might happen will drive me quite literally insane. So we are going to... I'm gonna take my medication properly. They better have that refill on the way. Alright. So, what have we got so far? That is a good place to start at. And I'll go over that as I'm adding audio to my player character. Reminds me, I might need to find some sort of thruster or booster sound. Maybe just a jet engine sound that I can modify myself. If they don't already have something pre-made here in these lovely packs that I got from Uvani. Uvani Sound had a Humble Bundle deal going where they had like this huge thing of sound. Over like 2,000 sounds available for like 98% off. And professionally made and tailored sounds like that is gonna be expensive to come by. Like, it was a very expensive thing overall at the start, but getting it for like, it was anywhere from $3 to $13. I don't remember exactly which one of those, but I know there was a 3 in the cost. Maybe even 30. But for thousands of sounds, I spent $30 for thousands of sounds. We have... Don't quite want that. Y'all probably didn't even wind up hearing that, which is fine. Actually, I did see a little jump in the game audio window. That's interesting, because it's actually playing through Windows Media Player. Nutty. Let me pause this for a sec. Nah. Nah. Negative. What did I use these for? I think I used the teleport sounds for some... Yes, I did. I used it for the death sounds for the enemy. Okay. I still haven't tested death or anything on this because I haven't made the interactions between bullets and who they're supposed to hit yet. So, I will work on that. I've separated the player bullet from the enemy bullet since the bullet has scripts on it that determines which type of bullet and animation to use out of all the different types that can be used for the player and the enemy. So it needed to be kind of a robust bullet script just for each faction, so to speak. Ooh. Not sure. I'll probably have to find... I was trying to find a sound for the engines, but I don't think I want to use any of those in specific. I will, however, need sounds for my guns. Oh, no, let me cancel that. I was hitting the wrong thing. Well, hey, KJ. Thanks for coming. I need to... The lock is what I was looking for. There we go. Putting that little lock on there lets me navigate other stuff without it changing what I was originally looking at here, because I need to add things to this from the list. But whenever I grab things from the list, it changes over. It's a conundrum, but we've solved it. So I'm trying to do a part that is kind of not very entertaining for you. I'm going through audio. But that's okay, because I'm not going to be looking for very much audio. I kind of already went through these and know what I'm looking for. We can go based off our animation, though. Let me turn off these and that so we can properly see this. This is our player sprite. And when we have our player selected, that's the regular firing animation. There's the big space gun firing. We got a rocket launcher. Yeah, buddy. And the zapper. So I have 4 different weapon types. I already know what sound I'm going to use for the zapper. It's going to be the same exact sound I'm going to use for the Dreadnought class enemy ship. That's going to be firing its own beam weapon, so I figured they're both just going to have electricity sounds. But I want to make sure I put these things in order of use. So I need to remember what that first autocannon was. Yeah, okay. That's too fast. that sounds pretty accurate to the pulsator. Or to the autocannon. See, I'm already calling it the pulsator now. It's just that good. You'll have to take my word for it. Supersonic. Let me take... Oh, wait, actually. Sounds like it will come from there. But let me take a look at that impulse, though. Yeah, it might work with that. Oh, nope, it's the Death Grinder. Death Grinder for sure. We do this in order. Rocket launcher. Look at it for that inspiration. This is the part that really kills me about the way that I get creatively motivated to do things the right way, or to do things, is I need to already kind of see it, so I need to get things as close to what I want to create as possible. And I don't know what I want to create unless I already have, like, a notion of something that's inspirational to me. Like, that's why I liked playing Magic so much, because Magic the Gathering has so many different abilities and shit that and other things that are just tossed in there, and it upgrades and changes every time they have a new set release. So I was constantly learning there. And in order to build a deck for myself, one of the things that I do is I find one of the abilities that jumps out to me that I really like. If it's like a really nasty ability that's really offensive, or it's something that can be really tactical in a long game, or anything like that, I will try and make an entire build around that one singular concept. I'll barely ever branch out to a different concept because it's like, yep, nope, that's the idea. That's the core loop that I want. And then I start building around it. So for these assignments where I'm kind of given a genre to work in, if it's not a genre that I typically would have found an inspiration or something to work in, it's going to be kind of hard for me to make it into something that won't alter the genre I'm supposed to stay in. So for right now, I'm trying to focus on just making what I'm supposed to, which is just a space shooter, like a Galaga knockoff. I never liked the vertical one, so I'm going with the side ones, and I'm going to come up with a way to keep things going to the right. Um, but the player is going to go ahead and have to get to the goal planet at the end. I'm going to see about tailoring the speed and possibly... Yeah, I'll definitely have to tailor the speed, make it slower. I'm already thinking of different values, because I'm thinking of how much space I have between where we start and where we end. And I also currently don't have anything telling the camera to follow the player, so I'm kind of going to need to, like, attach it to the player, possibly. Don't entirely know. I might just make a track that the camera is supposed to be able to follow. I have ideas. I'll have to get some measurements. Let me write something down real quick. Sorry. I'm keeping notes so that way I don't lose track. Let's see. Basically just writing notes about this follow camera idea that's in my head right now, so that way I don't lose it, because I still need to finish up sounds, and my brain is starting to rubber band a little bit, and I felt it as soon as I hit start stream. That's why I made sure and remembered to take my meds right then and there, because I'm like, uh-oh, I'm going to be here for like 4 or 5 hours. I need to stay sharp. So, follow camera. It's going to see if player Z, not the Z, the X. If player X in follow range, make position X equal to player position X. So that means that I'm basically, with code, I'm going to be faking a rail system. And a rail system would typically be, they make something called a spline curve. So that's just a curvy line that they go ahead and can tell something to travel along that curved path. And that's how they do like roller coaster systems or automated vehicle systems that will just follow a certain thing, patrol paths for enemies, things like that. But I don't want to go through the annoyance of splines and the math involved for splines. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a script onto our camera that says if the player's X position is ever within this particular range, because I don't want it going all the way so far to the left that it shows things that aren't out there. Same for all directions, right? So I'm just going to tell it, hey, you stay, you don't go up, you don't go down. I already have you centered, so you stay there. You don't go too far this way, but if the player is going anywhere within this range to this range, you start following them. And then once they're out of that range, you stop following. That's it. It's going to be the easy way to go ahead and do that. And I've written that down now, so I can go ahead and move on. I still have 2 more sounds to pick out. We had the missile barrage for the rocket launcher, right? That's the one we need a sound for, and I think possibly the microcharge. Yeah, that one. The semi-auto. Doesn't matter if it's actually following all of their trajectories. And then the last one was Zapper. And that's going to be a charge sound. Electric charge. That's 12 sounds altogether. 3 sounds per weapon. I need sounds for getting hit. So shields and impacts. And I want the hull impacts to have sounds better than the what do you call it? Than the enemy ships. Very differentiated. I already checked. The hull impacts are denser. They've got like a deeper base to it, heavier metallic twang, while the shield impacts are very laser pew pew synthetic sounding. So I have that for the enemy ships because when they are destroyed, they just kind of teleport away, like they crumble into pieces into a little black ball. I'll show that animation too. It's kind of cool. Where is our engine anim? Oh, there it is. It's on jets. I have our impact sound. I don't think I have a death sound for us, which is fine. I don't think I want a death sound. It's not really needed. There's robot sounds. That's cool. Hey, yo, why is that kind of good for engine? Those are good for engine. I'm happy with that. That's such a joy. I don't have movement sounds for the enemies. I'll have to make that sound really low, too. But I'm happy I have that. That is cool. I think I have music. Yeah, I do have music in the background. So, yeah, I'm gonna do the thing. Wait a minute. There was another sound I wanted. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, that Doomsday Weapon sound was a good one. I might have to put that for the Dreadnought instead. I don't know, there's so many good things here. Let me just close that up for now. No, yeah. Let me close that up for now. I don't need to spend too much time on that. I've got plenty in there, and now I need to go into the player script, which is going to be right here. This is where we have all of our logic for everything else going on. So something I want to do and make sure that we have stuff for is a sound for... That's what I was looking for. A sound effect for making... for getting an upgrade. My brain just kind of lapsed. I already have the upgrade script, and I have upgrades, the upgrades working. The power-ups. So, once it started working, I almost cried. It was so good. Eh. Nah. That sounds like some crazy unnecessariness. I'm going to grab a sound that I know is far better suited. I thought I had it in here already, which bugs me a little bit that it's not. But let me apply these so that way I don't... Wait. Overridden properties cannot be applied or reverted when in animation mode. Oh no. Wait. What do you mean while in animation mode? Get the hell out of there. There you go. Oh, it was because I was selected on my on the jets trying to look at the animation. Weird. Okay, I need to find that sound real quick. Bear with me. I'm just gonna play the music from YouTube off of a Halloween ambiance. Lovely image here. It's nothing creepy, like pervy creepy. It's literally like a haunted village, but it's just kind of like run down a little bit, really autumn feeling, some bats in the sky. It's lovely. Let me find that. Aha, foot cramp. I hate life. I love life. Foley impact sounds, no combos, crits, and sound. Is this what I already had on there? Did I toss that in here? I may have. Oh wait, I did put some of them in here, so maybe... What was it? The combos. Right? Nope, never mind. I'm a fool. Those were the sounds that I wanted. The reload sounds. Because they were decent for the type of power-up we were going for. Thank you! Oh, okay, this stopped doing the thing. Now it's doing it again. Good. What about the ultimate? Actually, yes. Those will be the sounds of actually grabbing a power-up. Apply. Wonderful. So, now that we've done that, there's a little bit of code that I can copy from my enemy script. And it's right here. I made this sound effect manager object that kind of follows around with all of the do not destroy objects, so it carries over scene to scene. So whenever I need a sound effect to play, I just make sure that I have a reference to that sound on the object that needs to make the sound, and then in the script I tell it to call out to that sound effect manager. They'll hear what sound that needs to be played, and then it will just create a little sound source that plays that sound exactly one time, no looping, and then it destroys it automatically. And it'll do that for every sound that is being asked of it. And it's a lovely little piece of code. So what I did here is I used a little bit of the code that's already on there. It has a play random sound effect option as well, but I don't want it to go through this entire list and play a random sound all the time. I want it to select within a certain range of sounds, which is why I did things in order and in the amount of chunks of like how much variety I want. So anytime they grab a power-up, there will be 4 different options for a sound. Anytime they move, it will generate an engine sound, and that will go ahead and have one of 3 options. Same with hull impact and all these other ones. Variety. Let me actually make sure I grab the semicolon with it too, because that is a part of code. Okay. So now, oh, nope, player. Player. So, when we power up, where is our reaction to that? Oh, does this just convey it? Yeah, this is the one that does it. Okay, so I need to go to wherever it goes ahead and sets weapon upgraded to true. Yeah, there we go. Sound effects, right? Is that what it was called? Underscore sound effects? Cool. So instead of clip, we change that to underscore sound FX. And suddenly the code is good. Now we need to find the range for this, right? For our power-up. The power-up sounds were at elements 20 through 23. There we go. Now I can copy this down to the power-up engine as well. And it will only play that sound once when it applies this. Right. Oh, yes. Okay. I remember now. I need to write this down. Power up specific ship stats for player. So I made the code already to be able to apply the buffs to our player whenever they grab the power up, but since I didn't have the stats or anything like ready in my head for what I exactly wanted each one to do, I just had I knew what the appearance was, and I knew that I needed to get everything kind of working for things to fire anyway. So, which I still need to work on. Right now it only fires once when I press the button down, and it needs to be whenever I'm like holding it down. But with that in mind, I need to make sure that I apply different movement speeds based on the engines that we have, different weapons, like weapon fire rate, based off the weapons we're using, along with a different damage for the weapon type as well, so that way they all have a different impactful feel. I'm gonna say forget asteroids. I was gonna put asteroids flying across that would bump things, but no way that I have time to implement anything like that. I just need the basic premise to work. So what did I need to put in here? Did I just need to do a paste of the thing? Yeah, but it was based off of the different weapon types, huh? Correct indeed. So, what are the one in my... I did make one inside of there, didn't I? Yes, I did. Yeah, see that? I made a switch inside of the... Oh, God. I'm crazy. I love it. I know it works, though, so I can go ahead and make this. So this is going to be a switch based off of, weapon type. There you go. Oh, everything turned red. We know what that means. It's wrong. Or we just need to be patient. There we go. So now we need to put our case situations, right? So, in what situations does this switch to something? Well, let's go ahead and say the first case is going to be weapon type autocannon, because that's our first weapon type, our default weapon type. It already changes our bullet type when it swaps over our, whenever it powers us up. So I don't need to put that here. I think I did put that in the other one. No, this was just for sound, I'm pretty sure. Either way, it'll fire, and it will be one of these first 3 sounds. So between 0 and 2. And we're going to set that volume to 0.25. I'd guess. I feel like I already set a sound somewhere and made it too loud. What did I set the enemy sounds to once I turned them down? I put them at 0.5. I'll set ours to 0.5 because it doesn't sound too loud or offensive to me when the enemies are firing at me now, so it shouldn't be too terrible. Oh, the power-up sound is what I set to be... Okay, yeah, that's fine. That can stay at 1. But if I'm firing weapons all the time, it can be really, really annoying if it's too loud. So we want to make sure that that's not the case. Speaking of cases, the next case is weapon type big space gun. And the big space gun is out. Going to be, what, 3 through 5? Which counts 3, 4, and 5, correct? Yep, elements 3 through 5. The death grinder sound is going to be the sound of the big space gun, obviously reducing that volume to 0.25. We don't want to unwillingly add people to the deaf community. I'm sure they don't want any visitors. You'll be lurking? Welcome, Darklight. You're watching Mr. Craven play Silent Hill 2. Yeah, the Silent Hill 2 remake is where it's at right now. I would love to be playing it as well if I didn't have my assignments to do, but I personally would not be able to until I played through the originals, because I've already said that I would. So that means I need to still finish up the Resident Evil playthrough. So we need to go through Resident Evils 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then I can start Silent Hill. Big ol' smiles. So, we'll see how and when that goes. At this time, I don't know when I will actually get to doing that. I know that the very next time I do stream a game, though, it should very well be Resident Evil 4 to start off the series if I am going to be starting a game the next time that we have a game stream. If I just wind up streaming like Dead by Daylight, it means that I had time and finished off things reasonably, but don't have the time to commit to starting up a new game / series. You came in at the right moment. Perfect. Welcome. I was saying that that I'd love to be playing Silent Hill, but I need to play through the originals because I've already promised to, and those come right after playing the Resident Evils, which means I still have to play through 4 through 7. And I was saying that the next time I have the time to commit to like playing a game through its entirety, basically at the end of the semester more than likely, or if things for whatever reason get easier after midterms, then I can possibly do that. But until then, I'm not giving any promises, and there's not going to be... Oh, 4 through Village. Village is 8? Oh, right, there's Biohazard, then Village came after. Got it, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got a long bit of gaming to get through. And if worse comes to worse, I will see about trying to do it on my own time and just camera and maybe play Resident Evil 4 on there if I can ever figure out how to get the footage off the Oculus, and then impose that over and do things. Then I'd post it as separate videos. Maybe I'd need to get some editing in there. I'm not sure. I don't know, I'm thinking too much about shit that isn't what I'm supposed to be doing right now. But yeah, I just wanted to go off on that little tangent, because I really do want to be playing those new Resident Evil, Silent Hill. I've always been fascinated by the Silent Hill series, but never managed to play into it enough to, like, get into it. I started, like, the earlier games and would always wind up, something would happen, the game would bug out, and I'd have to swap over in the middle of the stream to a different game and change everything over, only to try and come back to it later and still never be able to actually get it to work. So I need to find ways to make it work, for sure. Weapon type, Zapper. And let's go ahead and give it that. That's going to be Zapper sounds are 9 through 11. Uh-oh. It'll have to be destructive power. Now we need to go to where we take damage and make sure that we give it that, give it the hull impact sounds to choose through whenever we take a hit. Oh, I still have to copy this entire switch over. What are you tabbing about? Ah, yes. Very good. I'm actually happy with that. It reminded me to change the volume of that, because I actually forgot to do it. Very well done. Spectacular. Commend your machines before they take control. They might take pity on you. Not sure if you want to play the remake, the original, or the VR, though I'm not sure how you'd record the VR. Well, the VR is the one that I actually want to play and get into. I know that there's a huge difference between all three of them, because there's the original that's like really acclaimed, there's the remake that I have heard has had mixed reviews on all accounts, and then there's the VR, which I have heard does work on this treadmill system, so I would really be down to experience that. And if I do it that way, then that means that I would probably have to do it in bursts dependent on the battery pack that I have attached to the Oculus, and have it record my gameplay in there while I'm physically recording out here with like no filtering on my green screen, just green screen all around with blown up version of me, and then I can go into editing software and line the timing up and say like, yep, this is exactly what I was doing at that time. It would just be a bitch to do that manually, but I need to be able to experience these games. I'm so behind. Right, let me copy the Switch. Okay, so we have that in there. We need to... Let me reduce some of this, because I know that I'm just scrolling through walls of text, and that can't be fun to keep up with. Oh, that's right, I was gonna do a repair thing. I haven't done it yet. Let's get our injury sounds on here. That was the wrong thing to copy-paste in there. Ha ha ha. That's not what we wanted. We wanted the sound thing. Let's go back and pick that up from the engine. And let's make sure that we change the numbers to 12 to 16. Looks like the Hollywood age preference range. I said what I said. Them people they're weird. They're really weird. If you can do VR, I'd recommend that one, as it's in the graphics of the original. Ooh! That sounds fun. Actually. OG graphics in VR, I love that fusion. I actually love that a lot. That kind of vibes with my recent addiction to creating the 2D HD / 2.5D games, where it's like 3D world / modeling with 2D characters. I'm loving this shit. Being in VR, but everything being in like OG old school graphics is that sounds like real fun right there. So we changed that. We should we'll leave the impact sound not at 1. We'll do 0.75. Let's see. There's a little something more that I should have here, I'm pretty sure. Okay. I think I need to make another bool. Ow. God damn it. I have so many fans on right now to try and, like, not die. And, it's blowing the notepad. So I just moved my hand a little bit, and my notepad just tried to take my life by trying to paper cut my wrist. Not pleased with you. You're bloodthirsty. Of course, of course! Of course. Because it's from the army. It's not done taking blood from me. Piece of shit. Hey, don't mess with my code. Oh shit, it did fucking actually nick me a little bit. I'm gonna fight this notepad. It'll be off camera. I'm gonna hit it with the might of Blackbeard in One Piece. Just off-camera menace. Okay, so... No, that's not what I want there. What did I... Okay, weapon ready. That's what I wanted. Alright, what's our attack interval? There it is. So we're going to set that at 0.5 for now. Yeah, here's an important part. So we call fire everything at that ship, but I think it needs to be... I just realized that me putting the bool is attacking and, or rather checking if it's attacking or not, and only calling this when it's not attacking, so it does it once. That's why I was only firing one bullet at a time. I wasn't doing nothing to the notepad. Oh, right. The fan was doing something to the notepad. I see what you got to. You caught on to other... Out of the two topics that YouTube doesn't like, I technically did both in one sentence, didn't I? That's crazy. Good thing we're 48 minutes in. Okay. So, first we remove this. Boop. Technically, I can leave this part the way it is. And the thing I can put here is now going to be weapon ready. It's going to check to see if our weapon is ready before it lets that go. I can get rid of this here. And we're going to turn this into weapon ready equals false. Wait a minute. Brain is going to brain a little bit better. I need to split this up the right way. Do an if from here. Wrong thing, I hit the wrong button. My bad. Now, here is where we check if weapon ready. Fire everything at that ship. And then set to weapon ready equals false. And then we'll do an else statement here, and since we only have that being checked there, we know that the else is only gonna check if the weapon ready is false. That's when we can go ahead and we're gonna need to count up to this point, huh? To the attack interval. Private float attack interval timer equals 0. And then we're going to go back down here and we're gonna run timer logic. Saying if, let me go down here now. Where did I just put it? Attack interval timer is less than the attack interval. Oh, hello. Crazy, that was crazy. Oh god, no, not you too. I know so many people that were crazy once that got locked in a room, a rubber room with rats, and rats made them crazy. I know far too many people that have quoted that over and over and over and over. It drove me mad. It's better than a steering wheel on your nuts, which would be driving me nuts! I need to finish code before I start going off on pun tangents. We're going to go ahead and say that this needs to do shit. Attack interval timer plus equals time dot delta time. This is basically going to add the amount of time between the frames of this being called to one another to go ahead and keep an actual accurate timer. And then the moment that this is no longer less than the attack interval, we can reset it and set weapon ready to true. If we ever stop attacking, we automatically set weapon ready to true. Because the amount of time between a human clicking is generally going to be faster than what our usual player's fire rate is, which is generally always going to be more than 1.0, because anything less is going to be feeling really slow for a space shooter unless you're using a really big, strong thing. And or big or strong. However you want to structure the sentence. I just realized I fucked it up in 3 different ways, so whatever. I'm past it. Alright, so these conditions should be good to get us to control our fire rate. We should be firing our weapons at the correct timing. And it should play the correct sounds when it does. So we're going to pause the Halloween ambiance. I forgot movement. Oh shit, it would create one every frame. I'm not going to have movement sounds. Yeah, it's not... Shit. I have a different idea for movement. I'll work it separately. Like, literally separately from the rest of the sound effects here. We're just going to have... Actually, no, the sound's already in here. I need to add a sound source to my engines. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Engine. Audio source. We're gonna apply that to the prefab. We're gonna output to the sound effects. It can play on awake, it can loop. And whenever we're not moving, we just dull the sound of it, and we're just gonna pick one of those sounds. That's the parts manager, right? Where's the other... Pardon moi. where the hell did I put those sounds? Weapon, chassis, engine. Oh, that's the player parts thing. Sound effects, there it is. I need to move things around. We need to get rid of that one, and that one. And I need to go ahead and grab those specific sounds again and slap one of them into the into that sound source that we just added. And we need to change the elements for collecting a power-up. So, there we go. Because those no longer exist, it now needs to be 17 through 20. Interesting. And definitely... Yeah, no, the power-up sounds, those are good. For a second I was going to say, man, movement sounds do not need to be at 1. No, not yet. We're going to have to add the audio source. Engine, audio source. And since we're only going to have one sound in there, what's going to happen is that when we're actively moving, we just ramp up the volume for it. We just had a disconnect. Sorry about that. Apparently, somehow we disconnected and reconnected so fast we didn't lose any frames. I actually still don't think those are decent enough. I don't think it'll work. I think I want to find my own thruster sound still. I thought those would work in the short term. Nah. Not what I wanted. So, we're going to go ahead and go to freesound.org. And we're gonna look for spaceship. That's a little too specific. That's damn near non-perceptible. Let's see, that's a bang when a spaceship enters ultra speed. Yeah, not what I need. Angry buzz or spaceship interior. No, thank you. No, thank you. That's a lot of spectrometer appearance there. That one looks a little nutty. created a sound from silence. I think what they meant was ambient noise. Oh, cheesy alien sounds. That will give me a headache so fast. Not bad. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. That's an engine start. When it shows red, I get a little iffy because that'll be something loud. Not bad. Sounds a little too much like a synthetic didgeridoo. Uh, no. No. No explosions. That does sound cool, but that would be too much. Nah. A future car or a hoovering spaceship? Eh. No increasing pitch. No, that's a little too deep cave echo. You feel me? A medium loop. I'm gonna cut that sound in half. That's the one. Who are you? Pound sound you. Okay. I can't knock that one because for those not in the know, the pound is currency. So they actually have like a version of a dollar store that's called Pound Town. So pound in names and titles of things is more like someone saying, kind of like there being a rapper called Young Money. But this guy's name is Pound Sound, and that is so good. Pound Sound UK, thank you for this. And it's a part of your SFX Spaceships and Speeders. I might check that out. Yeah, I might have to check that out. And this is obviously me accrediting this man right here. Go ahead and that. Yeah, boy. All right. We're in this one. We're in there. Gonna go into audio. Gonna leave their credits in there, but we're gonna get rid of the numbers here. Yeah, the rest of that's fine. We can go to, I'll drop it into Science Fiction SFX under MISC. Good. All right. Wow. That was good to think about it. Okay, now where's the thing? Oh, that's right. It's under MISC. There you are. Okay. So, I believe we have a while moving thing somewhere. Oh. Oh, we don't have a moving variable. If underscore rb dot velocity equals, or velocity greater than, velocity dot magnitude greater than 0. When you say velocity dot magnitude, you're basically saying its overall velocity instead of saying, like, if its velocity, which it, determines by vector location. So if velocity x1, y0, which would be telling it if forward velocity is greater than a certain thing. So that's why we just say velocity magnitude. So if you say velocity magnitude, actually we'll say if velocity magnitude is not equal to 0. There we go. If our velocity magnitude is not equal to 0, then we will have louder sound. Or rather, this is just for movement. That's right. I still need to make that bool appear. My bad. My bad. Private bool moving equals false. We're only saying it's false up here because we declare it false up there. We start in a non-moving state, and then whenever our velocity magnitude is greater than 0, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't put an underscore for it. There you go. And then we do the quick else. My bad. My bad. I need to just not move my hands so much. There we go. So now you'll notice I once again have been doing the thing that I keep preaching to people not to do. Don't do what I've been doing and code across 3 or 4 different scripts, going ahead and saving everything, working destructively, getting rid of your previous code that was functional, tossing in a bunch of experimental shit, expecting it to work, and then not test it. So, don't do what I've done. Don't make my mistakes. Yada yada. Frickin' yada. There we go. We're going to go ahead and apply that to the prefab now, so it should all be copacetic. And now we can go into here and say that whenever engine audio source, which we're going to have to get here, whoops, underscore engine audio source is equal to get component in children. This isn't Hollywood, so we're getting the component instead of putting it. Audio source. I need to stop taking jabs at Hollywood. They'll come after me at some point. It's funny. Yeah, component in children, audio source. Yeah, no, that's all I needed to do for that, actually. We're just getting the audio source there, and then we're going to be doing logic over here. Engine audio source dot volume is equal to 0.1 fab. Actually, no, when moving, we want it up to like 3.5. Else 1.5. F. Okay. Now I'll test it. As everything breaks. fix our fire rate. I think I need to fix our fire rate. I think I may have messed it up just a little bit. And I also think 0.35 is a little too loud, but I think 0.25 would be great because 0.15 sounded acceptable. Oh. For my non-hearing viewers, trust me. Where the hell do I have that thing? We're going to put on the regular music for our hearing viewers. That's right, it should be an update. 0.25. Actually, we'll set it at 0.2. And hope that that should be good. Minor incremental increases are damn good. Is it not supposed to shotgun blast like that? No, not with that weapon. That might be an acceptable fire rate for, like, the missile launcher. If we still slowed it down a little bit. That was pretty nutty, you have to admit. Let's take a look-see again at the things. That's the timer section. We can close that. Alright, there we go. Triggered, fired, everything. Weapon ready equals false. And when weapon ready equals false, that's when this goes here and says, attacking interval. Wait. Fire at everything. Let me double check here. Yeah, play sounds. Probably gonna... Nah, they can stay at 0.25 for right now. Okay. What is that still doing there, I wonder? That shouldn't be there, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't go there anymore. Wait, yes it does. Yes it does. That was my mistake. So I modified the, I made the enemy bullets more robust, and I went ahead and, I made them, inside the bullet itself, choose what its stats is going to be based off of the type of ship that's firing it. So if it's being fired from an enemy scout ship, it's going to fire the enemy scout ammo, and it's going to go ahead and set its velocity based off of the fact that it's a scout ship firing it. So it'll fire it at their fire rate versus, you know, yada yada. So bullet speed is there. I guess I just need to possibly better control our attack interval. Let's set it to... Let's make it drastic for right now, just so that way I can see if it's working at all, and we're going to set it to 5 seconds. If it doesn't stop me from shooting for 5 seconds between every bullet, something's up. Yeah, so something's up. Need to figure that one out. I need to see when it does that and when it does this. So what we've just done is we've gone ahead and added breakpoints into our script. So that way, when we're in game, as soon as that line of code, or wherever the red little stop marks are, Wherever those breakpoints are, it's going to stop as soon as it reaches that point in script when it's called. And then I get to look at everything around it and figure out what the hell's going on. So let's go ahead and get on in here. There's that first initial sound that happens because enemy spawns firing. Okay, weapon ready equals false was an instant thing. I need to change one thing in here real quick. Well, not change it, but I'm going to comment it out real fast because whenever it forces me out of the editor like that, it's obviously going to make me let go of the left click. So I need to make sure that I don't automatically set that to false whenever I let go of the mouse, at least for the intents and purposes of testing. Okay, we said it's a false, and now it's true. Said it's a false, but it becomes true almost instantaneously. It's not waiting. Did I do something differently than my other timers? I did not. So what? I know why. I know why I didn't change, at least. Because while I had it as a serializable field, you could stare at the background and lock in your... Yeah, no, I've been enjoying finding these little 2D game backgrounds. Some of them are really, really dope. You want to see some of the other ones that are available for this? Oh. Let me turn that off real fast. So I'm just gonna swap out this one. Ah, damn it, I gotta wait for the thing in the corner to go away. Two entirely different galaxies there. It's gonna keep on, I'm cutting it off because it keeps on playing the sound of the ships firing, because while they're firing, they're flying off into the distance, and there's nothing out there to tell them to stop moving or stop firing. I found a little pack that's just full of galaxies and nebulas, and it's really, really, really beautiful. I love it. But I kept them all uniform with that, so it's nice and kind of tiling as it goes through. And as you can see, I'm probably going to need to slow down my ship and the enemy ships. So I'm going to go into my prefabs really quick, because we don't have a very long space there. I want it to be kind of like something that you travel through instead of just immediately you're at the end after a couple seconds. So best way for me to do that, the way everything else is currently set up, slow things down. Prefabs. We'll go into the player ship right here, and we're going to set the move speed to, let's say, 2.5. Basically cutting it to half speed, and then we're going to go into the enemy script here, and I'm going to go and change all of the values for their... yeah, prepare for combat. There we go. Move speed 7 for a scout ship. Not no more. Your max move speed is going to be a 2. Regular fighter ship, your move speed is going to be a 1.5. F. Sorry, 1.5 F. And then Dreadnought fire rate, we're gonna set that to 1. Set this one to 2. Set that one to 1.5. Where's your move speed here? Yeah, for the Dreadnought, no. We want you at a nice, comfortable 1. You big motherfucker. F in the chat. It's just F all over the script, boys. Because it all floats. Oh, also calling out that our spawner works, which is kind of cool. So we're setting a random enemy type between 0 and 1, unless it's set to spawn a Dreadnought, which I still haven't tested if it does or not. So we'll have to test that at some point. And I'll need to add a damage stat to my player, and to my enemies for that matter, that will handle dealing damage to health based off the for the player, I'll put it in the player script. For the enemies, I'll put it in their bullet script. Because it's the bullet that's going to be interacting with the player. And it's going to be the player's bullet that's interacting with the enemy. So, I mean, I can honestly do it any number of ways, but that's how I want to do it. After we go ahead and test this and make sure that our attack interval is no longer... Yeah, I guess we can make it read-only. No, wait, never mind. It would be changed via the different types of ships that I would be becoming. Right? Right? Yeah, I'll have to put that into the stats. I have that in my notes. Power up specific ship stats for player. God. Okay. We know that it was toggling these correctly, so let's see if it's going to give us a 5-second wait time. It is not. Pourquoi? I wonder. Speed, sound effects. Although I did like the actual movement speed again. That was better. Let's see if there's just something different about the one that we have in here. This freaking thing. Delete, delete, delete. I'm gonna have to go to the prefab for the player ship. Oh, never mind, that's already good. Isn't it? No, it's not. Get rid, get rid, get rid. Save that. Back out of there, but we still need to figure out why we're just kind of burning straight through, so... At the very top here, I'm going to put print attack interval timer. So whenever I attack, that should be the only thing that changes on it. And the left side of the screen, when we start playing the game, is going to spit out text. Actually, no, wait, that's in Unreal. My bad. We're in Unity. I'm going to go into the console here, and it's going to tell us whenever... yada yada. Whenever I fire, it should change the value of what's being printed out here. Because at the bottom it should say 0. 0, 0, 0. Yep, whole lot of 0. That value's not changing. I don't know why this also isn't collapsing stacking stuff. Should be stacking similar instances of stuff. There we go, collapse. Or did it not collapse? It did. Okay. So each of those was a new ship saying that, oh, these variables don't exist, but then they do exist. Well, a bit on the plus side, it's also not shooting out in a giant blob like it was. Yeah, that's true. It's still not shooting correctly because 4,000 calls of 0 for that timer and not a single call for anything else. Or rather, a printout of time. So it's not actively adding the time to the attack interval timer. And that's why it's just going off nonstop. That's because I fucked that up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. Damn it! Okay, so minus my little error of basically telling this thing to only add to the interval timer if it was already greater than the time it needed to reach, I think we're doing well. Watch. Look at that. Ain't no bullets flying. There we go. We did it, boys. Yes. Now let's test it. I should honestly... Way better. Way better. Okay. Knowing that now, first off, we're going to actually hang on. I want to know something about my spawner. I'm curious about something. I'm trying to see if I can get any of its like variables. No, I made them all private. That's fine. I could just print ship name. I was gonna see if I could get the ship type that it printed. Actually, I can. I'm a fool. A foolish fool. I can just go over here. Print. Stop that. I want enemy type to spawn. So I'm doing this because I'm not sure if it's spitting out the same type of enemy or not. So I'm going to crank this up here, shrink this down here, collapse that. Wait a minute. Go. And I want to see exactly how much my spawner is spawning. Or exactly what my spawner is spawning, for that matter. So we have one spawner here. I want to duplicate it, actually, and bring this one down. We'll have this one up here. Since we know our player already spawns in the middle, I don't want shit spawning all over it again. And then right here is where I'm going to set one that is supposed to be a dread spawner, because I never tested it to see if it would spawn a dreadnought or not. That's a fun sentence. I forgot about something. I don't need that printout from the player anymore. That's going to take up a lot of space. Let's try that again. It was all looking like the same one, wasn't it? Something's not right. Spawner, spawn ships. Okay, so it's got to be in... I got to follow a chain now. So we're going to toss the music back on. So this is what's... I'm going to go back to the regular scene here, so that way our fellows and friends that are going to be toking and enjoying their time here. Oh, hold up. It says it printed a dreadnought. Okay, yeah. Shit ain't right. I didn't see any dreadnoughts. So... let us go to... See, if there were a problem with my Switch, it would have told me that, it would have printed out that there was an error, that the enemy was having an identity crisis. But that's not what's happening. It's not changing the sprite. Because... why? Interesting. So... damn. this is an issue. We'll have to think on this. Let's go to... I don't know, does the chatting scene have this? It's got enough of it. Okay. We've got our script here. I'll zoom in a bit. And my goal right now is to figure out why my enemies are spawning and saying that they aren't recognizing that there are these integers and triggers set up on our animator. So. Such fond memories. I'll bring this back down. Let me open up the animators. Why can't... I hate the animator so much. It won't let you, like, grab and move around this thing. If you want memories, then how about the hamsters dancing to Party Rock Anthem? Oh, that was a great commercial. That's when commercials were decent. Nowadays, those commercials would be better hits than a lot of TV shows, in my opinion. I'm looking at stuff. Looking at other stuff. Okay. I don't remember if it said that my engine animator had an issue specifically, and I just cleared out those alerts. The robots to groove out, yeah. You remember the insanity that was the Turn Down for What music video? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Okay. I'm gonna see exactly which ones it's saying has an issue. I think it might be all of them. Now I'm seeing that it's pretty easy to spot that it's shooting out all the default ones. I also saw that it was changing their move speed. That third one that, or rather the third set that had Dreadnought was set to Dreadnought values of movement, because it was definitely slower than the others. But now we can see engine ID, ship ID. Okay, so it's the engine ID and ship IDs that aren't being processed correctly. Which would be... Oh my god. Chat. I now know that this isn't engine ID, engine type. Oh good, he figured it out on the third one. Next, let's take a look-see at what the weapons were actually called. Whoopsies! Listen, there's been a lot of insanity in various industries. Human history is just insanity. Just different forms of insanity and what's considered insane at what time. I need to go to animation and look under the enemy sprite for the ship type. That's why it can't find ship ID or engine ID, because it's not ID, it's type. And rather than just change it to ID in here and have an easier time, I'm gonna punish myself and go through and change them to type in everywhere it's supposed to be. Yes. Suffer for my hubris I shall. Now the question is, why wasn't my ammo also keeping up to what it was supposed to be? Ah, maybe there. The bullet animator is in there, but I didn't tell it to change the bullet type. I see. So for Scout Bullet, it will be... I think we can go back to the Unity dev scene now and drag this over here. And get that to a normal size. A normal size, I said a normal size, boy. That boy ain't right. Okay, we're back. Let me go to the enemy real quick and see. Wait, what am I looking at? It's all right here. The ship type should be ship type 1. Oh, right. Where did I need to look at the bullet animation then. Where's your animator, Bullet? Probably Sprite. Yep. Bullet ID. Okay, it says Bullet ID. We see this. It's not bullet type, it's bullet ID. This is probably the one that fucked me up for all of them, I swear. It probably was. Bullet animator dot set integer bullet type. Nope, ID. Thought. Bullet ID 1. Now we're going to copy this over. 2. 3. I feel like that's actually a really stupid speed for the Dreadnought Bullet. I'm going to change that. That's going to be 10. Make that 7.5F. Make this 6F is fine, I guess. Just for now, until I can see what everything flying across the screen looks like. Alright, that was my ammo. To make sure that the ammo changed along with everything else. And I was just about to mess up everything. It wasn't intentional. Hey, yo! Okay, so I see Scouts and Dreadnoughts. I'm not seeing the other ship type that we should have. Lots of Scouts and Dreadnoughts. I did set one of those things to literally only spit out Dreadnoughts. But for some reason, it does not seem to want to be spitting out anything else but Well, that other one seems to only want to spit out between these. Wait a minute. Can you not work for 0? Oh, you are doing... So this is an important little lesson here. No, it's not labeled incorrectly. This one is this is a different issue here. So you see that I left the mouse hovered over there, so it'll have the description open, but it might be too small to read. I'll read it back. It says int random dot range, meaning the integer random range needs to have the arguments of an integer, which would be minimum inclusive, and then an integer, which is the maximum exclusive. That is where I messed up. The minimum is inclusive, so it would always count the minimum number within its randomized value calculation. So 0 was always going to be included in there. But the maximum was exclusive, meaning it would count up to that point, but not count that number. So me setting it to 1, which was literally all I needed, a 0 to 1, or either or for the time being, and it just didn't work. Because the maximum exclusive number you can get if you put the number 1 is 0. So now that I set it to 2, and it's saved on there, we should be able to... Hopefully the big brain worked. There's the other ship type, and it's firing a different ammunition type. They're working. Wonderful. Now I have to fix the volumes for their weapon firing. Because for sure those are loud. Prepare for combat's fine. Fire when ready is where it's at. Okay, yeah. We have those at 0.5. We're going to set those to 0.25. And see how that goes. Because we are going to wind up with the situation where there's going to be a lot of enemies on screen, probably. Eventually, one day. I don't know if I'm going to continue this after it is due. I think it's just the ramp up in volume, considering so many of them are still alive. Okay, I think I can move on to the next part then. Because you'll notice nothing was, like, interacting with each other. Right now we only literally have the basic premise of everything. We still haven't tested their health interactions, dying, and proceeding to the end. But we're getting there. The follow camera should probably be the next step. But first I want to make something that will put a stop to all of our rampant and destructive enemies. We'll put this right here. We're going to call this the boundary. We're going to tag it as a boundary. It can stay on a default layer. That's fine. Ooh, actually, I'm going to put it on a projectile layer. So it'll interact with players, enemies, and bullets. The only things it needs to. So what we're going to do is... I also actually need to go into those settings and set that up, now that I think about it. In physics, layer collision, there we go. Enemy, we'll get rid of default. Transparent effects, ignore raycast. Projectile, you stay. Water, ignore. UI, ignore. Enemy... Oh, damn it, the player's on the default layer, huh? I'll create a layer for the player. A player layer. A layer for the player. Those are tags. Projectile, enemy. Player. Player layer. Hooray! Enemy interacts with player. Enemy does not interact with enemy. Enemy player. Player can interact with default, that's fine. Ignore all the other shit. Except for projectile. Player should not interact with itself. No touching yourself, player. Said what I said. Actually, we should probably leave the rest of it by itself. Projectile shouldn't affect the rest of those. That's fine. UI doesn't need any of these custom things that I created. Cool. You don't want to mess up your collision matrix, because then everything kind of breaks. But now that we have a player layer, we can go to the player and player layer it. This object only. Yep. So enemy, projectile layer, player layer. You're gonna go on the player layer too. No, wait a second. You're a sound effect. Your default. It was the power up. Player layer. No, the projectiles and bullets are going to be on the projectile layer, and the projectile layer interacts only with the player layer and the enemy layer. Power-ups only need to be interacted with by the player themselves, so power-ups can just spawn and remain on the player layer. So that way I don't have to worry about them having any type of collision with anything else. It'll only collide with whatever it's supposed to, given the rule set I've given for that entire layer. Also, if I had a bunch of like enemies and a bunch of random projectiles just like sitting around on here, and I went up and I changed like certain view things, I forget where the specific option is, but you can set it to literally filter out all the other layers. Actually, I think it was just in what I was looking at, under general settings probably. It's somewhere, I know it is. There's a thing where you can just tell it to... Oh, up here. If it had a bunch of stuff out here, I could turn the layers on and off, and it will start hiding things. That's the default layer, which currently everything else is kind of on, but if I had dragged and dropped, say, 3 players and 14 enemies, and then dragged out prefabs of their bullets, and just scattered them around, I could make them visible or not visible based off of just that. Helps you keep track of stuff. So now that I have those layers situated, we're going to need to worry about our interactions. Take damage into damage. This is on the enemy script, and damage value, let's see what I can set that damage value from. It would wind up being from my player bullet, right? Which I would have on my bullet bandolier. Oh, look, I do have things to change it. With the bullet damage and the bullet speeds and everything already on there. Damn, I was ahead of the curve! Alright. Cool, so that just means I need to, private void on trigger enter 2D. If... Come on. If collision.gameObject compare tag enemy, then collision.gameObject.get opponent enemy script dot take damage equal to bullet damage. There we go. Dunsky. So by doing that, that should make our player bullet interact with the enemy. And our enemy bullet should interact with us. What's our player's take damage script like? Do I have that in here yet? Oh, I do have it. With sound effects already on there. Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty much the exact same, so it should be fine for me to basically copy what I have here. And apply it here. And make sure that we change tag to player. And we set that. The bullet damage is always going to be 1. For now. There. We set it manually to 1 there, and then we'll set it automatically to the proper values here, which is going to be 1 there, 2 there, and honestly 2 there. It's going to be 1 for the other one as well. I'll let the bullet speeds kind of do their thing and move speeds and whatnot, so that way the player has the chance to dip in between enemy firing and do all that. It'll be harder for it to get in between for the Dreadnought, but the Dreadnought's a larger size. Oh, the Dreadnought's a larger size. Oh... Fuck. Hey guys, did you know that the Dreadnought is a much larger size? You know what I didn't account for? Let me drop this enemy in here. Our lone, unsuspecting enemy. I just want the enemy layer. Oh, wow. It's not even going to show me that because the sprite of the enemy isn't on the enemy layer. Goofy. Because I didn't change everything underneath the main layer of the enemy. So, yeah, it's fine. So, this is our enemy, right? Now, if I were to go ahead and go into our animation here and say set our enemy sprite to Dreadnought. Stream has similar music playing to the VN I was just playing, so I thought I was going crazy hearing it still after I had closed. Nice. It's just a channel called Soothing Sounds, and it's a track called Halloween Ambiance, Abandoned Haunted Towns, Spooky Sounds, Relaxing Halloween Music. Hello, Abman, welcome. And for your last statement there, Williams, all I can say is that's not what I was getting at. What I was getting at is, where's our hitbox for this? It's kind of thick, ain't it? Hitbox is teeny tiny in comparison, you're correct. So that means that we would need to get a reference to our capsule collider and make it Let's see what happens if I set this to 1.22. I set that to 1.22 and set this to 1.5, basically doubling them. And I go back to the enemy sprite. I just want to see the fucking animation, bro. Fuck it, I'm gonna go up here and I'm just gonna change the sprite. No, never mind. The sprite actually is down here. Where's the Dreadnought? There's the Dreadnought. That's the large demonstration Dreadnought. There we go. At least that's better. So we need to double the size of the collider box when it turns into this. So let's revert that. And I need to go to the enemy script. And under prepare for combat, we're going to change the values of our... My wallet that has metal corners damn near took out my foot. Oh my god. I was using it to hold down the murderous notepad that tried to assassinate me at the start of the stream. Jesus, okay. Damn near came for my life. So I also need to revert the size of this thing's collider box and everything, but I know that it's double the values. So we're looking for the capsule collider 2D size. Okay. We'll have to find that under enemy type Dreadnought. And we're gonna say get component capsule collider 2D. And we're gonna size, there we go. And we're gonna say times equals 2. So we're telling it that it needs to get its size from the capsule collider, and then it needs to multiply that size by 2 and set that as its new size. I hope it works. I find it weird that it's yellowed, but it's probably because it's a function. So yeah, let's see how this works out. I'm also going to reduce my spawner spawn rate. That's right, I have 3 of them out here, so I may as well do them individually. So this spawn rate, we're gonna up this to 7.5. Same with this one, 7.5. Those are gonna be the ones that spawn the other 2 basic enemy types. And then this spawner is marked as the Dread spawner, so we're gonna have this one summon a Dreadnought every 15 seconds for right now. And we'll see how this goes under the game tab, and we'll pause here for music and continue on in game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I broke it. Yeah, Unity just crashed. All devil. Uh-oh. Right, so that can happen. And it was with our interactions for the overlap. Because I fired a bullet, I saw it go just fine, and then I fired the other one that I definitely saw that it took damage. I heard the damage hit. I saw it stop its motion. And then I feel like I started firing too fast. Because I do remember that my own personal loop... Oh, wait, no, I left that loophole out of it, I think. I'll open up the code here in a second. Or, oh my god, no, don't tell me. No, this wasn't even attached to it. It shouldn't have stopped. Hmm. Okay, so this part still is commented out, so I shouldn't be automatically readying up my weapon by letting go. Music. Music and thinking. Music, thinking, and stellar background. Yes. By Jove! I know how to fix this. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, buddy. Alright. So, that was my solution to not having a solution. And now hopefully I can try and come to a solution. Because this is going to be an issue if my bullets keep crashing things. So this is only called once. Actually, it was me hitting the enemies, huh? Let me see if the enemies hitting me will do anything. Let me not try and avoid consequences in my own game here. Null reference, right there. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Interesting. Wait. You? No. Oh, no shit. I messed that up, huh? I changed that to player, but I didn't change which component it was getting to cause harm to. I got it. That's a part of it. It's a little part of it. Let's take a look at our take damage here for us. Yeah, it was looking for us to deal damage, but it couldn't. And for the enemy script... Oh, I should probably make these things destroy themselves after. Destroyed this game object. I can take this out of it. It should do it automatically based off just that. And we'll set that at a 0.1 F, just so that way it has a little time in case it needs to round anything together before it dies off. And if this but not player, instead if this boundary destroy game object. Basically, we want this thing to, if it hits our player, to hurt our player. If it hits one of the boundary walls, get the hell out of here. It's exactly what we want for our enemy bullets. Now, I want to take a look at our bullet bandolier here. Figure out what's causing the hullabaloo. Something definitely messed up. I think we can all agree on that one. I set their values here. I hid the value in the inspector because I thought I was going to be calling to it from elsewhere. So instead, why don't I just set both of these to private? Wait a minute, no, that one doesn't. Yeah, no, it all comes from our ship type. That's my bad. That has to stay. Right, doesn't it? What's wrong with me? That's right, the reason I didn't put the bullet speed as a thing is that gets fed into what? Over the player to my fire everything command, firing off at the bullet decider's bullet speed. Yeah, okay. Which, this is the bullet decider. Which is why I needed that to be public. Okay, understood. But I think I can set the damage? We're not getting that from the player, right? No, I don't think so. I also don't see anything in here that would cause a severe need for the loss of the game entirely. Do y'all? It's like this is only getting our controller. I'm going to go over it from top to bottom, right? And Void Awake, which happens when the game starts, as soon as this thing is introduced. And this is, by the way, the bullet bandolier script is just something attached to the bullet itself to tell the bullet everything. So, from top to bottom, in Awake, it sets the player variable just so that way we have a reference to our player, and it does the same thing for getting a reference to the sprite renderer, which changes the appearance of the bullet. And then we set our bullet sprite, the sprite renderer's sprite, equal to the type of bullet that we are. And on Awake, it's just going to be a standard bullet before we use the pick around command, so we can pick which round to turn into and become. If we have no weapon, it's just gonna print out no weapon. It should never happen. Autocannon, it sets the bullet type to the very first one in our array, and it's going down, it'll just pick the next bullet type in the array for the sprite. Oh shit. There is something else that our bullets need. Yep-aroo. That's something I'm gonna have to do. Wonderful. We'll do this right now. Private animator. We're gonna change this from just underscore animator to bullet animator. And this bullet animator is going to have to swap per round as well. Where's my rounds? Get me that magazine! Player bullet. The sprite has no animator. Son of a bitch, I didn't animate the bullets yet. I made the animations though. I know I did. But how? I didn't make the... Okay. Thought I had all the animations taken care of already. This isn't upsetting at all. Okay. Fuck, I might have to do it for the power-ups too. I know that I made the power-up animations. I just don't remember if I set it up in the script for it to do that. Can we change your fucking controller name, please? Yeah, thank you. Also, what's this one? It's the enemy bullet, of course. When it makes a controller automatically for you, it just sets the controller to the name of the sprite that is attached to the sprite renderer. It can be annoying if you forget about it. Enemy bullet. We need to be at player bullet. There we go. Alright, Autocannon's going to be the default. We're also going to make a transition from any state to this. This has been what we've been doing for our animators, since our states are being determined by an enumerator that we are controlling through our scripts. Everything else is kind of auto-swapped based off of those enumerations. So, since we already have the enumerations here in our pick around script, which can also be very similar to catch a ride. Just hats off to Skeeter. Scooter. My bad. Brain warped it to the generic version. Scooter. Ah, damn. Ellie would slap me upside the head for that one. Autocannon will have to set the value there as well, but we're going to set this to bullet type. I feel like I need to slap myself for this. I don't know why. I'm so upset at myself for no reason. Alright, bullet type, we want to set that to be equals to 1, so whenever that bullet type value is set to the integer 1, it will set the autocannon bullet animation. Now we can go ahead and actually make the thing. Where's my stuff? Darn it. Sprites. Main ship weapons. PNGs. Projectiles! You want me to be clicked on there? Just to then not have me clicked on there? It has the dumb. It's okay. I've accepted this. Woo! That's another thing. We had to set that sprite color back to white. I forgot it was red from, well, from it being just a crappy red knob. When I was making it as a prefab that I knew that I was going to share around between my projects, I made it a generic sprite that is available inside the engine, so that way it wouldn't lose the sprite whenever I imported it. I could just choose whatever it needed to be based on whatever it needed to be. Over-explaining. Next animation. Player bullet. And now we go on to Big Space Gun 2000. Yeah. Yeah. It was not me. It was he who made these that named the weapons, and I am maintaining that honor. I did say sprite, yes. These two-dimensional images are sprites. Sprites. Ah, captions didn't pick up on that one. I need to play the originals before I jump into the remakes. Yeah. I did go over it before you got into the stream, but if I'm going to be playing the Silent Hills, which I definitely want to, I'm playing the originals because I promised that a long time ago. And it has to come after Scary Monsters and Ice Sprites. Yes, exactly. We, ironically, have those thoughts pretty regularly in the game industry. See Scary Monster, but it's 2D, so it's also a nice sprite. I'm going to play Silent Hill 2 after I finish playing through the entire Resident Evil series, or at least the main games of the series. I'm not going to be playing the offshoots and the online interactive thing that bombed like hell. No, I want to play, I need to play through Resident Evil 4 through 8 to finish that promise out, and then I can jump into Resident Evil. No, I'm not gonna enter a Resident Evil loop for the rest of my life. Silent Hill, and then I'll play those through to completion, and hopefully, what I can do to kind of freshen it up for myself is after the Silent Hill first and second ones, I can go ahead and play the remakes right after and see how that feels. It'd be nice. Alright. Back to this. We need to grab the other sprites. This is the big space gun sprite. I know, it looks very similar, doesn't it? It's because I haven't moved the slider, don't worry. The update's not going to change yet, so it's just going to look like the base sprite that it's loaded with right now. Oh, also we need to change the scale of our bullet. That's why the other one looked rather unimposing. That looks a little better at full size. And this one definitely looks cool. I like that. Next one is going to be player bullet, and let's go ahead and grab up the rocket launcher. This is going to be a fun one. I was looking at it when I was cutting them up. What I mean by that is whenever I'm using the rocket launcher, I'm going to have to like fire off 3 bullets that are like offset 10 meters from each other. Not 10 meters, Jesus Christ, 10 centimeters. That's the unit of measurement generally used in game engines is centimeters. Jesus, 10 meters apart from one another. Some poor fuck is just gonna get clocked out of nowhere. Wait, what was I doing with this one? With right-click open, that's not what I need, right? No, I need to drag these over. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to create an offset for the rocket launcher bullets. Have it spawn a couple alongside the primary. Yeah, I think I can do it, honestly. Yeah, I can do it. I believe. I believe that I am losing my mind. I'm giving them a little variety in their bullet speeds for the rocket launcher, since I'm gonna be doing a little instantiation trick alongside one another. Hopefully following in the same correct trajectory. I can get rid of that. Spawners spawning, doing the right thing. I'll have to change the, I'm gonna dapple them throughout the area. I'll make it work. Where did I put the requesting ship type? Oh, right. Okay. I got distracted. But let's see. That's the wrong one. Rocket launcher, please. Cool. We need to create that last one, so let's not get too distracted. Let's get that knocked out, and then I'll worry about doing this rocket launcher offset trick. So our last weapon is the zapper. And the zapper, well, it zaps. Like zap. Cool, done. I didn't mean to hit play, honestly, but it's okay. We all make mistakes? Question mark? Okay. So I got the animator for the bullet. Now I need to do the animator thing here. Bullet animator. Oh, I still need to get that, huh? Yeah, let's do that. In the right location. Mm-hmm. Very, very smart code, though. Now we go to bullet animator, and we go to set integer. Oh god. Bullet type. Say it with confidence, but we all know how this has gone. Oh, okay, just ignore shit, that's fine. One. Wait a minute. What am I forgetting? The animator. I have to go into the animator and actually link things up. It almost got me. It almost got me. It almost caught me lacking. Now we can go here, go into the settings, make sure that our fixed transition time is 0.1 seconds, and we want to tell it that its only interruption source is its next state. It cannot be transitioned to by its current state. And I don't need to do anything for that one. We need to go down here to our conditions and set that bullet type equals 2. Go down here to the rocket launcher. Automatically set this to equals 3 so we don't forget that. And then we can do the same stuff up here. We don't technically need this part for the way the bullets are working, but it's just something I'm getting into the habit of doing because I keep on confusing and mistaking how to get these interactions working the way they need to when you're actually making them swap animations. Or at least depending for these 2D animations that can generally be done quicker and snappier without too much disbelief. Wait a second. Zapper's 4. 4, 3, 2, everything else is good. Right? Yes. Okay. And it is bullet type. I am confirming it. Bullet type. It's not bullet ID. Can't believe I've spent like half hour troubleshooting that. Bullet type. Now we can go in here, copy that, send it over, change that to bullet ID, bullet type 2. Jesus, there's something wrong with me. I have ID type-itis. Itis has a D. Pause. Questionable. Okay. This should swap our bullets correctly. What did I change in the enemy script? I think I got rid of empty space is what I did. And now to actually switch things up here. Okay. Damn it. How do I want to approach this? How many rockets were on each side for that animation? Sorry, I want to see how many rockets were on each side for the animation, and then I'm gonna see what I can do about setting up a quick, like, for loop that will go through and for X amount of times create a bullet, and for whatever variable that bullet has, it'll create another one that's X amount of space over. Okay. Where's the player? I gotta go back to the player's ship. And... nope, it was the player bullet. Player bullet, sprite. Go to rocket launcher. Let's see it. No, of course, I was right the first time. I'm just losing my mind. It's okay. It's to be expected. Under weapon. Yep, there we go. Rocket launcher. There's the idle for it, which is fine. So we have 3 on each side. Each one that spawns is basically just slightly canted and back a little bit. I'll have to tailor distances, but let's see what I can manage here. Trying to think what would be considered left and right for this. Let me do this. Okay, so it would be Y positioning by very tiny increments. Alright. Pen. Launcher. Ammo. Instantiate. 3 times at... what was that? Positive or negative? Positive. At plus 0.05 Y. plus 0.05x. Obviously going to be no z change, but I think each one needs to have that positioning increased by that amount each time from the previous time. Actually, the 0 position being what it is. Alright, let's see. Dun, 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 dun. This is gonna look messy to start with. No, get rid of that. Let's see if weapon type is equal to weapon type rocket launcher. There we go. Else this shit. I probably should cut that. Sorry about the camera flicker that just happened. There we go. So I'm cutting that there, so that way we can, if our weapon type is the rocket launcher, we're going to do for I equals, oh, sorry, I equals, come on, man, do things correctly. No. 0. Sorry, that's supposed to also be int I equals 0. And while I is less than, let's see, there's 0, 1, and 2. Yeah, while it's less than 3? 2? Because when it does it one, okay, yeah, no, it'll be fine. I'll leave it at that for now and see what it does. It's not like messing it up once is going to cause everything to explode, although it might, because we still haven't tested it after we had that crash happen. So, we'll see. Oh yeah, this part's not done. We want to say that, and then I++. There you go. We're gonna create a variable up here that's going to be a vector2. Vector2 means that we're just going to have a 2-value xy variable. And we're going to call this spawn POS for spawn position, not spawn piece of shit. And this is going to be equal to, let's see, what would this be? It would be vector2 0 for right now. And then I would wind up changing it through each iteration. So first we do this. We actually don't even need the switch on there, now that I think about it. I just need to copy the stuff from the rocket launcher. So let's copy this and put that there. We're actually going to set this equal to this. Yeah, that'll do. So that means that we can take this and have that there. And now that will change based off whatever we do. And what we are going to do first is copy this sound right after it instantiates. And let's see. It's gonna definitely need to do that. But we're not gonna set the left cannon to false until it's done with the loop. So it's going to go through this, and it's going to do this logic, spawning the bullet, playing the sound, and doing that. And then it is going to spawn POS equals spawn POS plus new vector 2 0.05 0.05 F. Gotta add the F's for anything that's not a whole number. That's why we're always dropping F's here. The whole bomb of F's. Okay. 8 FBI agents just entered at the word bomb. Oh. Hello. So, what we did there is we're adding... Ooh, wait. The X value is supposed to be a subtraction. There we go. So we're adding to the Y value, which for the orientation of our player and everything is going to mean moving it up and then moving it. We're going to copy this code to the right cannon and it'll do it the other way. Yeah, I think this is good because this will only do it if we're using the rocket launcher. Which means that I can honestly delete this rocket launcher case. But instead I'm just going to comment that out and leave the rocket launcher case in there. And if it is a rocket launcher, it's gonna skip over this part. It honestly shouldn't even matter because it's gonna hit this first and say, oh yeah, we're a rocket launcher, let's do that. But whatever. Alright, now we gotta go into the else, because this is only the if-else statement for the left cannon. We want to make sure that the right cannon is basically doing this, but opposite. Yeah. Alright. So first things first, let's go ahead and KC comment that out. And now we're going to grab this, and we're just going to change those that left muzzle transform into right muzzle transform. And then we'll also switch up the, we'll switch up the other stuff too. The plus and minus of the 0.05 values that we're slotting in there. Yeah. Was this too far? No, this is fine. Oh, I need to... Yeah, there's something else on here that I gotta do. There we go. I would have forgotten that. We need to put that right on the outside of this for loop, so that way when it knows that after the for loop is done, it needs to set left cannon to false, so that way our bullets will then instantiate out of the right. It's not honestly going to look right with the way that they fire in alternating patterns, but I don't care anymore. I'm going to do this little by little here. This is now part of an L... What the fuck? Bro, it's not even going to let me... There you go. That's right, just obey. Mi scusi? First off, right muzzle. Closing local scope to define a local parameter. Ah, here's why. Now you don't have an issue. That already says right muzzle on it. We've changed that to right muzzle, and by the looks of it, there doesn't need to be any other changes. The transforms should all be the same there, and for the vector, it would be going down. It would be negative on the Y value and positive on the X value. No, it would still be negative on the X value too. Still be shifting it back. Got it. Nice. And so we have hopefully created a way for it to fire multiple bullets at once. And hopefully did not just make it want to break itself. So first, let's take a look-see at what's happening with our other guys, because it's been a minute. Woo! And we crashed it. Sounded like a good solid 3 hits that hit it before it decided to go crazy. Three hits. The 3 game-breaking hits. Alright, I think it's time I took a seat. I've been standing enough. Oh. So that died. Don't know why. yet. But what I am going to do is I'm going to minimize our number of enemies here. Not fully minimize. I'm going to make them both dread spawners, and looks like they kind of reset their stats too, so we're going to set... Ow. We're going to set them both to 10. Actually, I'm going to set one to 10 and one to 5. 7.5. I don't know why. A little whimsy. Never hurt anybody. Alright, let's take a second to have the music on. Let me look at where those are. One is high up there. Let's bring that kind of in line here. Alright. Also wanted to take a look-see here at this and make sure that we even have our rigid body 2D. Sorry, not rigid body 2D, our capsule collider. Well, it doesn't need to be represented here. I don't need a reference to it, it should just kind of work. It definitely was registering getting hit. I just need to know what's happening when it's getting hit and why it's freaking out. But I wanted to reduce the amount of enemies and I needed power-ups. Prefab, power-up. It'll be a random power-up. Or actually, no. Turn off random. We're going to set this to a rocket. Oh, wait a second. Whoopsies. Let me drag this power-up out first. And then start doing things to it. Rocket launcher. Pause it up. Let's hop on in. See how it goes. Oh. Oh, parameter bullet type does not exist. And it also didn't change my, my bullet anymore. Why didn't it? But the fact that it says bullet type doesn't exist, I'm laughing. I'm laughing so hard. On the inside, where it hurts the most. Let's go into that animator, shall we? There's some music. I'm gonna lament my failures. I still haven't even set up the boundary. I have an empty object sitting out on the field waiting for me to give it a trigger box. It would honestly kind of help with our testing if that were set up too. Oh, that didn't even save either, so yeah, no, never mind, that doesn't exist. I'll recreate that. Bullet type animator. Thank you. My brain forgot what I was trying to find. So, player bullet. Also, the player weapon didn't change either. Weapon ID. You're fucking kidding me. Where's my bandolier? No. When the player gets swapped over, they should, during their power-up state, become different. Yes. It's in the parts manager, that's why. Script, parts manager. You're actually in the manager's thing, aren't you? Weapon animation logic. Yes, weapon ID. So why didn't you change to the appropriate weapon? It maketh me so upsetty. Oh, that's why, because I had random power up on, so it gave me something else. And bullet type. That was under the player bullet thing. Son of a... Cool, cool. That's okay. The code remembered everything, the engine did not. Integer bullet type. Yes. Yes. Oh boy. Oh wait, not from you. We don't want it from the entry. Out of here. Transition from any state to their respective states there. And let's see if I can actually select them all. No, I just realized it's only going to let me do that to the thing up here. I remember trying to do this for all of them at once and it not accepting it, and I had a hell of a time trying to wonder, why isn't it doing it right? It's only doing it to one at a time whenever you're doing the animator stuff. Even if you select all 4 transitions to do the same exact thing to all of them. It says, nope. So we're going to do this again, and again, and again, and again. That's set to 2. Equals 3. Equals 4. And taking care of these. Saving game. Don't do that to me again. Alright, now let's see if that will properly change our type again. I don't need a second spawn point on second thought. We only need the one to test this. Why is that a BFG? Why did it not change me? Toggle the randomizer to left side for itself. Yeah, it didn't take. Right? No, I did select one. You serious? You're serious? Oh, there we go. That's why. Whoops. Yeah, buddy. Alright, so the right cannon is working, and I just realized I think it's because I never set the thing to tell it to go back to left cannon. Oh no, that's set right there. And then... Oh yeah. Oh, that's in the switch. Whoops. You know, that's fine right there. So why won't lefty work? Both of those are setting left to false. There we go. Let's try it again. Yeah, buddy. Before I make the mistake of shooting that dreadnought and crashing everything again before saving, now that everything is working for those, and I can clearly see that my power-up firing 3 bullets at a time still works and looks cool. I could honestly give them a little bit of an angular thing, but I'm not going to. That would cause them to deviate over time as they're traveling and make them actually spread out. But, eh. I think I did enough for that one. Alright, now that that's saved, now let's see what happens when we shoot the dreadnought and figure out what's going on with it. I'm going to assume that it's happening somewhere in our, like, ship destroy stuff. I should probably figure out where to put a breakpoint. Oh, that's for firing. Destroy ship. It should be just in the take damage thing then. Oh wait, I also have timers up here. To a degree. If is not equal to, okay. And if iframe timer is less than iframe limit, yes. Okay. Oh no, where did I set that value? Where did I set that value? Where are you going? Ugh. Okay. Prefabs, enemy. Okay, that's not bad. Thinking of just taking this out and setting it to 0.75. And by that I mean I'm doing exactly that. 0.75 F. Always remember the Fs. If the current HP is less than or equal to 0, it destroys the ship. I think I need to print the health of this thing whenever it takes damage. Just so that way I can be sure. And I'm gonna see when it calls this. And we'll say that's good for that. Attach to Unity. Let's fuck around and find out. Oh, hey, I lost the game. I saw my health value completely deplete. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. That is very interesting. My rockets dealt damage. My rockets dealt damage just fine. I was watching it. And I saw that it said that I had lost the game, which means that the bullets sent by the Dreadnought dealing 2 damage per hit and me not dodging them, which means I need to change their rate of fire because they were pretty quick. But they were pretty damn fast. And we could not deal enough damage to damage all that. We might have to take away their iframes. Or make it a tiny, minute thing. Hope that'll work. But something that is a definite verifiable concern. Set those to 2, set those to 4, and we'll set these to 7. Fire rate will be 1.5 there. And we'll make the scout ships fire at a rate of 1. Now, the issue that I spotted was that when it got hit by one of our standard autocannon bullets, that became the problem. Why would that become the problem? Why would the regular ammo type be treated so differently? That's already there. This is the enemy bullet trying to get to the player. So it couldn't have been destroy ship. I don't get what happened. Let's set our power up to the big space gun and see if that still damages without crashing. Also, my ship is dead, technically. You can see the difference in it. Yeah, it's all properly destroying. And then it breaks. Breaks. Why? I don't have any infinite loops going. That's a lie. I've got several infinite loops going. Sorry. That was a funny realization and just as much of a funny timing. Yeah, right there. Oh boy. Oh, it's because I said while undamaged, probably. So the constant toggle is probably making it freak out. So what happens if I just comment this out? And then we kind of collapse that and that. What does it do? Okay, it'll go through the if else and then it'll still wait for that. It should still do that. Let's see. Let's see if my thinking is right on that. Because I have a feeling that it just might be that toggle, that waiting. Because it would toggle back to the ability to be damaged again after, you know, a certain frame update. Whereas this is going off of, like, a dedicated firing trigger. Alright. Let's just see how it goes. Big fucking gun! Buddy. Alright, looks like we're not having as many issues. Okay. I can accept that. Alright, so... I don't think I need to code the boundary. I think I need to code the ships and the bullets. Wait, don't I have a lifespan on my regular bullet bandolier? No, I don't. Okay. So what I can do is say that if projectile comes into contact with boundary, projectile go bye-bye. Collision.gameObject.compareTag boundary destroy game object is you yourself, you bullet. Let's copy that, even though I'm pretty sure it's already on the enemy bullet. It is indeed already on the enemy bullet. Now let's go ahead and put it on the enemy itself by giving the enemy a private void on trigger enter 2D. And we do that. Oh, minus the else if. We just if that bitch. Done. Actually, technically, we can copy the stuff from the bullet. Without the destroy game object. Just have it deal damage, and I'll have to change bullet damage to just some sort of bodily impact of 1. Where was I gonna put that? Right, up here. Was it? Right. If game object dot not active self dot compare tag, you know what I always do. I love using tags. It's like using name tags. Collision.GameObject, get component, take damage, and we're just gonna set that to 1. Bodily harm will hurt player. So if their colliders enter and collide, then that's gonna happen. Now, if the enemy goes into a boundary, that's fine, they're destroyed. If they run into the player, they deal damage to the player, they're done. The player is only going to treat the boundaries like a actual collision. Oh, I should probably put a on collision enter as well, just in case. And then copy this part. Yeah. For the player is already going to be treating boundaries like solid collision anyway. Player bullet already getting destroyed on trigger enter. Let's also set that for a private void on collision enter 2D as well. Okay. Now let's make our boundaries, shall we? Boundaries are very important. Make sure you set those. In life and in game. What do you mean, is moving is never used? Am I really never using it? What about on awake? Do I set it to ever? Yeah, I do. Does that help? No? Too bad. And crap, what was I doing? Boundaries. Setting boundaries important. Setting boundaries are important. Box colliders. Not sure if it would actually count this, since it's a regular box collider, and I set everything for collision 2D. Box collider 2D! We're gonna move this over, yeah. And we're gonna do that. Actually, we're gonna stretch that out a little further than that. Go. And this is now going to be called boundary, not game object boundary. Get rid of that. They're going to be static. Boundary layer. That's fine. It can be on the default layer. Wait. Projectile layer. Because projectile layer, as we know, it interacts with the player, it interacts with the enemy, and it interacts with the projectiles. Wait a minute, projectiles don't interact with themselves. But that's fine, because the boundaries don't need to interact with themselves. Oh, but they do need to interact with the other projectiles. Well, fuck. This is fucky. And butternutty. I'll figure it out. So we've set that there. We're gonna set that currently to not is trigger. I don't think I can set another one, can I? I can! Wouldn't you know it? And it's going to have the same dimensions and size, so this one is trigger. Wonderful. Delightful. Like the delightful children from down the lane. Alright. We've duplicated. I can't drag it over the way that I can in Unreal, where I can hold a button and make the camera follow where we're dragging it to, even though that would be really cool. Unity, cough cough. Now we take this one, we go to right around the middle, go up here. And then, oh, big stretch. Bit more. There you go. That's a bit better. See that we have a little bit of overlap, which is fine. Now we can take this top one and duplicate that, drag that down. And now we have our boundaries in place. Next, we want to go ahead and make a follow script for our camera. Come on. Huh. Just go here, add component, new script, and call it cam follow player. Create an ad. So as we recall, I think I wrote it here. Oh shit, I still need to make specific ship stats for the player when it's powered up by the engines and stuff. Whoopsies! We have player damage, damage numbers now per bullet, or per, weapon type. Now we need to set fire rates and... Actually, I think I did set a fire rate, didn't I? Yeah, bullet speeds. Oh, those are bullet travel speeds. If engine upgraded. Okay. I see. I'm gonna need to add it in here and with the timers. Specifically as a switch up in here. Up in here. Okay. So we have that cam follow player script. It should already be attached to the main camera. Yep, there it is. And let's double click, open that up. Get rid of unnecessary usings for now. Meant to have player. Meant to have camera follow player if they move within a certain x-axis range. There you go. Get on down here. Cam follow player. We need a private reference to the player, so we're gonna go private player 2D top-down controller. Set that as underscore player. In awake, we want to make sure that we get the player, which will be equal to find first game object by type. Should be fine. On update, we're gonna see if player is null. We're going to make sure that we do that again, because we have a script that spawns a bunch of stuff like together and basically preloads it. So if the player is not loaded when the camera is, then that could be a problem. So we want to make sure that if the player is, if it doesn't have a reference to the player, it needs it. It absolutely 100% needs it. So we get that reference to the player, and then we want to check and make sure, so long as player is not null, then we want this to follow the player within a certain range in the scene. So we need to get that range, right? Where is our... I need to add a camera or something. Temporary camera. Where are you? Nope, that's a video player. Camera. Temporary camera. How's this instead? We're gonna go in and copy our exact player main camera from in here. Just gonna copy and then come out here and paste. Awesome. So now we know the camera range thing right there. If the player is right there, which is generally that's expected to be believed where the camera is spawning, which it is right there, -10 from position 0, 0. So we don't want the camera going any further to the left. So if player is, if their X value is greater than 0, greater than world position 0, then the camera will follow them up until let's say, yeah, 70. If you look at the bottom right corner right here, that shows the preview. So at 70, the planet would be there. It would be the very obvious destination to get to. So that means that we want that position to ultimately move 70 to the right. Like, that's the range. So if underscore player dot transform dot position dot x is greater than vector 2.0, oh, what? You don't like that? Oh, wait, right, because I only chose one variable there. Yeah, I can technically do that. And player transform dot position dot x is less than 70. Oh, that's the wrong button as well. I keep on shifting my fingers down a little too much. So when we do that, we want to make sure that our transform.position.x is equal to player transform.position.x. Excuse me. Cannot modify the return value of transform position because it's not a... I hate when it does this. We want private transform. Transform, yeah, that's fine. And then we can say in awake that transform is equal not to player transform, but to our own transform. This is dumb. Actually, what if I transform dot position? Yeah, screw you. I just want this as a vector 3. Underscore transform is equal to transform and let's see if new vector 2 transform dot position dot y, because we're gonna put this one here as the x. Actually, it just needs to be the underscore transform dot x y, and now it's no longer freaking out about it. I don't know why it needs to have this circuitous workaround for it, but it does. So now that we've copied that onto there, we hopefully do not have to worry about this any further. Let's delete this camera and see how it goes. Let me double check, make sure that this main camera has. It does. Okay. Let's hope. Hey! Cool, so, I mean, it is kind of following, but, it would seem that something has happened to our camera's location. Where are you? What did you do? Oh, your position zeroed out. Huh. That's crazy. That's absolutely f***ing wild. Okay. So this needs to be a vector 3, and we need to make sure that we set the z to -10. That's freaking wild. I mean, technically, we could just set this to 0 as well, because we know that it's centered, essentially. But we saw it moving with us. Hey. Alright, cool. Our dreadnought should eventually hit a boundary. I think maybe they are. Oh, I notice a little ripple here. Where are we? Right there? Okay, so it's between these two, 5 and 6. Let's also take a look at these guys. It hits the boundary. And then the ship hits the boundary and goes bye-bye. Okay. So those work. Between 5 and 6, there is a minor gap that causes a flicker. So let's make sure that we try and cover these gaps so that there are no flickers. And it should be good. This goal planet needs a Circle Collider 2D. Nice. We're gonna reduce that radius just a bit. That'll be good enough. I want to put a text object on here. Yeah, buddy. Give me that text mesh. We want the italicized. Give that text some flavor in the form of oh. Well then. Oh. Where? What? Okay, so where are you positioning yourself then? You weirdo. Where the hell are these anchors at? Bothersome. It's like it doesn't know that it's supposed to actually be properly attached to this game object. And it's just like doing whatever it wants. It's fine though. And then I just want to add random text mesh out here into the world. I didn't want it attached to a boundary, I just kind of wanted it to exist, thank you. At a scale of 1 to 1, thank you. And now we add text mesh to that, and we say inside of this text mesh, there you go. Set that as non-italicized. But let's also set that to what, a size 3? 4? 10? 10. 10's good. I like 10. Center that up real nice. There you go. Actually, we'll do that, and I want to go in here, and then very cheekily just kind of And drop this to about an 8. There you go. Love that. Bring it down a little bit too. And then we set this position to -5. And it will still be there. It'll still show up. But if we go to our other view here, this would actually only be about halfway away from where everything... Let me double check. Yeah, okay. See, so at 10, it would be where the UI is. Rather, where the background is. The camera spawns at -10. So it spawns back here, approximately. So by putting this at 5, it's between where the camera is, where the 0 location of the player and the ships are going to be, and where this is. So, actually, let me double check and make sure that the enemies, yep, at 0, and player ships at 0s. Cool. Everything else should be good and golden. So now that we have enemies that move off to a certain direction, I'm going to need to go back to 2D mode, and we're going to start dropping in our spawners. Prefab. Spawner! Shit. Got it. Sorry, I needed to figure something out. So on our enemy script, we're gonna do a little something. We're gonna go to the bathroom. Ah, perfect timing. I'm just gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Alright, so here's what we're going to do for our enemies here. We are going to add 2 more serialized fields. One of them is going to be for private game object underscore floating text, because we're going to add that as a damage thing to go ahead and pop up so we know how much things are doing damage. We're not going to add health bars on these guys. I don't want to take the time. I already got to make the start menu scene, the game scene, and make sure that things are actually still moving properly. But so far, things are going alright. I haven't even come up with a title, but I might actually have time to write documentation this time. So, that'd be nice. We've set floating text. Where's my floating text prefab? Okay, so this does not currently have its fancy, whatchamacallit on there. I'm just gonna write damage instead. And I will go ahead and worry about how this plays out once I have it on there and I can animate it. I need to animate that. I won't forget. So that's the floating text for that, and we need to have one more serialized field game object. It's not going to be floating text 2. Instead, this is going to be power up. And we're going to create a private float underscore power up chance, or power up drop chance. And we're gonna set it at default to 1F. So at the very least it should always drop 1 at the moment. So long as that's 1. And for destroy ship, before it does the other shit, or rather before it even decides to play the sound, I want it to instantiate wait a minute. Yeah, we'll instantiate power up at this location. Quaternion.identity. It's going to be transform.position. I'm going to say var power up equals that, which means that we have a variable that now holds the... Basically, it's a reference of this power-up that we just created. And the reason we're doing that is because we want... We want power-up dot transform to equal... The fuck? Cannot be assigned to. It is read only. Oh yeah, that's right. Dot position is equal to vector 2 dot... No, that's not gonna work. I'm being dumb about that. I'll find another way to... I'll put it in the power-up blueprint that when it spawns in, it should move on its own. We're not gonna put movement for that here, but we are going to do a little bit of caretaking in the form of... off there. There we go. Maybe working a little backwards there, but there you go. Now it should make sense. So, what we're going to do is check for a certain variable. Damn. I'm not sure I remember how to do chance. Hang on. My brain is telling me that chance calculations were different for some reason. Give me one quick second to do a quick C#. Loot drop chance formula. Compare a random number to the drop chance of each item. Okay. If you have 3 items in your loot list with drop chances of 100, 20, and 10, and you roll a 15, the gem and fish will be added to the loot, but not cooked. You're being weird. I don't need a flexible loot system. I don't need huge, heavy weighted chances for shit. I don't want the complex shit. Simple way to do drop chance. Please and thank you. Let's see. Just set a percentage chance and grab a random number between 0 and 1 and compare against the given odds. Yeah, that's what I want to know how to write. Oh, okay. We decide if random range 0 to 1, drop chance, spawn a dropped item. Wait. It's one pickup, then it's easy. Give me a second, I'm reading stuff. I'm gonna pull it over here, actually. Private void dropped. Random generator equals new random. Is random a thing? Oh. See what the probability of dropping it is, then divide it against the total number of items. Yeah, no one needs arrays for that. Oh, there's the drop chance thing. There we go. That's all I want. And I can set underscore drop chance, which is going to be the thing, which we already have kind of up here. We have it currently set to 1F, but we will set it appropriately based on which ships are the ones to drop it. So let's go ahead and... Actually, since I already have this shit right here, we're gonna type it in. Random.range 0, 1F. Greater than or equal to the power-up drop chance. And our power-up drop chance is currently set to 1, but let's see per ship. You know what, let's leave it at 1 for now. And suddenly it makes sense to me. If a number spawned between 0 and 1 is less than or equal to the drop chance, and if our drop chance is 1, then anything would be less than or equal to it. And alright, yeah, that is actually nice and simple. So for right now, we just want to check to see if this causes our enemy to drop a power-up for us. After we add that to the enemy. Because we haven't put it in the blueprint yet. 2 empty spots right there. floating text goes there, and the power-up goes there. Should instantiate the power-up, and the power-ups should, by default, be a random power-up, so that'll be fine. I haven't set them up for healing yet. They don't have a sprite for that. I mean, I probably do have a sprite for that somewhere, I just haven't set it up there. But I'm not worried about that one particular type of sprite thing yet. Yeah, see, I have for everything else, but once I get to the repair chassis, I don't have a sprite or an animator for it. So I think... Let me try and just find that real quick. Because it is the only way to repair yourself throughout. And now that I have enemies moving and shooting me and me shooting them and all that doing good, then now all I need to do is make sure that when my player dies, it does more than just tells me through the console that I died. I'm gonna need it to trigger, like, a you died scene and a take back to the main menu. Okay. Ooh, wow. Got it. 2D background sprites, that's a no-go. GUI sprites and icons, perhaps. Actually, item, object, and effect sprites. Explosion. That's right, I might need explosions. Sprite packs and bundles, that's brick breakers, trial sprites. Do any of these particularly... Oh, no, I remember those. Not what I want. The Brick Breaker actually might have had some decent sprites on there for a health thing randomly. Nope, never mind. Actually, wait. There. It's gonna look so out of place, but I don't care. Because I'm pretty sure I got rid of everything else for these packs. What if I just use the shield generator icons? No. That's our heart. That's what we're going with. Power up. Those are the weapons. Right? Yeah, 3 different types of weapons, 3 types of engine, and then... There we go. Apply to prefab. Apply array. Now in here, we go to set sprite, and then I'll try and create a quick animation for it. Let me go into animation. Come on! What's my game of the year so far? Yours has been Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I haven't played any of the, like, really, really new ones this year, I'd say, but... Out of the games that I've played, I think recency bias wants me to say Hades, but I think for story and everything else, I think I would give that to The Last of Us. The Last of Us 1 and 2. They were far too good and interesting for me to not call those out as the best ones that I've personally played from a professional and from a gaming standpoint. Recency bias, again, would say Hades, just because I'm enjoying the ever-living shit out of it, but factoring in everything, realistically, it's currently blown out like Resident Evils 1 through 3, obviously, and, well, 0 through 3. And, I haven't gotten to play many other games, honestly. Evil West was pretty good, but that was a short game. It felt a lot like Remnant, but with steampunk cowboy as cosplaying as Van Helsing for all intents and purposes. And it was pretty fun and cool. Very gory, very dark enemies. The enemy types were amazing. I loved the creativity in their bosses and their fights. That's all I can really say on that. I could just use the undecided power, but we'll create a new clip. Why not? Animation. Power-up icon. Power-up icon. Healthpack.nm. Wonderful. Now we toss this on there. And then... Oh, wait. We want to make sure that we add a property. Transform. Rotation. And then over here, we'll set new keyframes for everything. And then I'm gonna mess with these. Wrong one. Okay. I think I want... Uh-oh. YouTube's dropping frames. I'm sorry. Oh my god, we're pushing out way more than we're supposed to. That's weird. Sorry about that. Also, I don't know why my camera wants to, like, really angle itself up so much. I'm not... Oh, my other chair was taller. Yeah, no, I can see that from here. My other chair was definitely taller. This is a 24-hour chair that I got. They're made for, like, people that have very long seating positions, or rather, positions that require people to be seated so frequently that it's almost non-stop. Because my chairs wear out way too fast. I'm constantly fidgeting and bouncing because of ADHD, so that's why I stand a lot when I'm at the desk, too. I'm messing up chairs that are hundreds of dollars that should be lasting up to 5 years. And they're lasting a year and a half to maybe 2.5 years if I really push it. And at 2.5 years, that's me constantly picking up pieces that are being shaken out of the arms and everything like that. It's not a comfortable feel. I was copying these keyframes. I was trying to shift them over there so that way I could add that there. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and actually get rid of that right there. And we're going to take all of that, shift it over. Take this, shift that like that, and take this and shift that out there. And then shift this over a little bit more because I realized that I didn't center it properly. Okay, how about that? Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so that becomes Sprite 6. I actually need to go into the animator for the power-up. So that way I can set this up, make transition to that. Whenever we are at... It should just be that, yeah. Power-up sprite equals 6. Hey, yo, I just realized that sprite is kind of ginormous. I think I need to set the size of the sprite down. Yeah. I'll have to take care of that. Okay, so sprite render dot sprite equals that. Render dot transform dot scale, or rather sprite render dot game object dot transform dot scale. Local scale, yes, is equal to new vector 3 0.5 f 0.5 f 1. And we do that because the sprite is massive. Yes, sir. Okay. That should take care of that. Now, when we do randomized power up, it should, it picks between item temp range 1 through 3. For power up type, right? Yep. There's randomized weapon power up, randomized engine power up, which gets called from those, and then the health kit. Nice. And there we go. Player control, repair ship, HP healing. I already have that set up. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Should be done. So I think now I can... Darn it. Revert the power up to nothing. And we can get rid of that power up. While we're in the power up script, yeah, I'm gonna go into the power up prefab again. We're gonna do one more thing here. We're gonna add a rigid body. By adding a rigid body 2D and making that 0 gravity scale, 0 angular drag, continuous collision detection, never sleep, freeze the rotation, and we want to tell this private void update after coming up here and going private underscore, oh sorry, not the underscore just yet, rigid body 2D underscore rigid body. Thank you, you understood. That's not what I want there. We want rigid body. There you go. Rigid body equals get component. This time not in the children. You can leave the children alone. Isn't that wonderful? Now we can go in here and go under rigid body dot velocity is equal to vector 2 dot left times time dot delta time. Nope, that is not what I wanted to select. Time dot delta time. And we want to go ahead and actually encapsulate these so we can normalize it. I'll leave it at that for right now. Not sure if I need to make that into, have that be different. Have I played Dragon's Dogma 2? Why? Oh yes, I thought I did. Hang on. Yeah, oh yeah. Yep. That was definitely one that I played and put a good amount of time into, actually. 86.7 hours to be exact. But I feel like it could have had more moments of greater story development. As an open world title kind of thing, absolutely amazing. It could obviously still have some adjustments made to it, but this game cannot be like understated at all. You're right. Thanks for bringing that one back up. I remember that one. I think I almost cried. Pretty good. Okay, so we've made our enemies have a spawn chance for instantiating these, and right now it's currently set to always drop one so we can test it properly. And they should drop anything from a weapon upgrade, an engine upgrade, or a health pack upgrade. Now we need to we have this one spawn point here, so we're going to change this to a spawn rate of 5. I'm going to take off the dread spawner because I don't want it to be the dread spawners. I'm going to go to regular scene view here, drag this to right around here. And I'll duplicate it, honestly, and drag another one to up here, because I do still want to try and burn through multiples of them to test it. Now we go to our game scene, and we pause this music, and we play, and we see. Ooh! Okay. It's double spawning. Look at all those power! Okay, it's because of the destruction. I get it. Okay. That's wild. They spawn. That's wild. That's so cool. Alright. I gotta change this up. Dumb. That's so dumb. Bool destroyed. I don't already have that as a bool up here, right? Yeah, I don't. Cool. So we're gonna have that. We're gonna go here. We're gonna do that. Because I want this to say, and destroyed. Not destroyed, rather. Then we spawn, and then we want to set destroyed equal to true. And then after it plays the sound, it'll be destroyed anyway. Oh, wait, destroyed isn't going to be a part of it. Yeah, it is. Destroyed is still a part of it. Cool. Destroyed equals true. So even if it doesn't spawn loot, it'll still flag it as destroyed and not give it more chances to try. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. And honestly, most of that is circumvented anyway by the fact that once we come in here and set prepare for combat, we can now set our loot chances in here. Oh man, YouTube's being weird with my frame rates and stuff. Probably because I've been streaming for more than 4 hours now. So, let me take a look-see here. We want to set, what is it? Power-up drop chance. So, power-up drop chance is equal to 1F divided by... I want to say like a 1 in 10 chance is a good like base start for the big ones, or for the small ones, for the small scouts. For the fighters, those are going to be a 1 in 5, and then the dreadnoughts will 1F. It doesn't even need the F. 1 in 10. So long as this knows that it's supposed to be a float afterwards, it's fine. So that way it doesn't try and give us a whole number when we know it's going to be less, a number between 0 and 1. Okay. Drop chances are set, contingencies in place. Good. Now let's see if those power-ups will move towards me, because I did notice that there wasn't any real motion going on there. Hey, I didn't need... Reconnected OBS? Yeah, we're gonna probably have to call this here soon. We're getting a lot of dropped frames. But everything else is working. Just know that once I am done with this one, I might actually keep this one. I'm actually not too upset with how it's going. Stream works? Yeah, it is still dropping frames and stuff. We're losing. We lost a quarter of the frames for a short amount of time there, and this is technically after a reconnect. I have a few contingencies in place through OBS to kind of give us some buffer time in between disconnects, just in case. So it will, like, that buffer framing time between when I'm doing stuff and when you guys see when I'm doing stuff, it will use that little bit of time frame to try and catch up again. But there's nothing really left for me to do now that everything else is on there. I'm honestly just gonna grab a bunch of those spawners. I'm gonna dapple them throughout the stage, so that way, like, as the player proceeds past those spawners, they're not gonna be an issue anymore. But, you know, if they decide to go back, they're not going to stop spawning. They'll keep going. I'm not going to go crazy about, like, oh, if player passes this point, deactivate these and all this other shit. I don't really care. So I'm going to dapple spawners throughout so we have a constant flow of enemies to fight. And I'll tune their spawn rates and stuff. I'm going to make the spawn rates a variable, actually, a randomized spawn rate between certain ranges. I only set it the way we had it, so that way I could specifically input times and see how things were working. Now I know that I can set it to a random range between, let's say, 3 seconds and 15 seconds. And then I'll put one spawner at the end that spawns a dreadnought every 30 seconds. And that should be that. And entering the trigger box for the goal is going to be what triggers our win scenario. So when our player enters that, we're just going to have it open up a UI menu thing that freezes the game. It'll set the time scale to 0, so the game is essentially paused. And it will go ahead and open up a UI image that says, "Congratulations, you did it," and then give us the Alt F4 to get the hell out. Or I'll just put a little quit button. It'll have the same button on the start menu. Start menu and that end thing are all that's really left for me to do here that has any kind of relevance to the scoring for the assignment, and then after that I'm going to draw up the paperwork. So, all the good stuff is pretty much done. This was quite a bit to get in here for so little of it to be showing up here in our scene. This looks like nothing because it pretty much is like nothing here. But then we spawn in and we've got sound control, we've got menus, we've got spawners that are currently invisible that will be spawning enemies. There will be weapon firing everywhere. I'm probably going to up the size of the bullets being fired from the enemies because they are kind of ridiculously small. And yeah, that is what we are going to be doing, but that will be on our own time, or rather off camera, because I don't have my own time. So we're gonna go to the end scene here. Still ending within 4 to 5 hours. We're actually like right in the middle there. So I want to go ahead and give thanks to those that joined us in stream today, participated in chat, and that is including but not limited to Dear KJ, Darklight, Williams, and Abman slipping in here. And yeah, that's everyone. I appreciate you guys very much. We had some good chat. We're getting some more consistency coming in, which is also really nice as well. I encourage anyone and everyone that pops through to go ahead, ask questions. If you want to know about anything I've developed, I'll answer that real quick for you. It's basically nothing. Nothing that's released, at least, but I will be looking forward to attempting to release Portal Pong at my earliest convenience at the end of this semester. So, keep a lookout for that. I'll obviously talk about it whenever that comes around and becomes a thing. I honestly like how this came out a little bit. I might use some of it as a template for a different type of space shooter. Or, at the very least, I have lots of different concepts that I can definitely use that I didn't know before. So, this was a net gain for me, and I'm going to stick to that. So, with all that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, I will see y'all in the next one. Stay frosty. And stay spooky. It's the season.